Hello. And again, welcome. Welcome. Too much welcome. Maybe not enough welcome. Suddenly, Mesaka. Suddenly, empty. Oh, I don't even. Kind of waiting for some tea. Brew enough so that I can drink it. Because I sound very ick. I'm very, very ick. But hello, and welcome to Jay the Sun and the fuzzy algorithm. And Meisaka. Wait. Wait a second. That's not right. Does Meisaka watch the Meisaka stream? Is this the case? She's Roshi. Oh, 1-2. How the earth was formless and empty, and darkness covered the surface of the watery depths. And then only exists Gigasaka. Gigasaka, saka, saka. Saka, saka, saka. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I have no idea. None at all. Let's press this. One of these. Maybe this. Maybe this one. Maybe not that one. And then I can have fun. Fun. Wait, what is fun?
Gigasaka. Best fun. Best evil fun. Yeah. Not enough. Yeah. Never enough. you. I am.
Something happened there. Happened there. It's probably nothing. Probably nothing. I almost feel like I should preface those with "Be not afraid." Oh, yeah, yeah. Something kind of like how I said earlier. I'm pretty good. I'm a little on the tired side. A little on the congested side, which is why I have some tea. I feel like maybe the tea, maybe also the warmth will help. Maybe. I wouldn't know for certain. The tea is it's more like masala chai type stuff. I only have like 3 or 4 flavors of tea, and I only make like 1 or 2 on any regular basis. Something, I don't know, laziness. Eh. Lid stay? To pour? Without spilling the hot liquid on me or anything? Honestly, a hazelnut latte sounds kind of good right about now. But I don't think I have any hazelnuts, and I certainly don't have any coffee. I almost feel like I need to strain this stuff better. I'm always ending up with lots of little tiny particles in the tea. Kind of, sorta. Kind of, sorta eek. I might just, I don't know, get rid of the silly starting soon text. Technically, we might be starting soon, or technically, this might be the start of the stream, or technically, this might be the actual stream, and nobody knows. Nobody can be certain. Unless that somebody is perhaps me. But even I don't know. Sometimes I am but a leaf, drifting on the wind into oblivion. And I can't help but watch how I soar. Shift cable routing. Cable routing requires parts. More parts. Many parts. Are you keeping track of all the parts that you're getting? As much as you tell me about this stuff, I'm kind of wondering if there's like a comprehensive list of parts that you've acquired or something, or are going to. Egoist. Hello, hello. As always, the tier 3, kind of very crazy, but appreciated. Not knowing the parts until you discover them is kind of fair, I guess. There's a lot of parts, obviously. My throat is kind of not cooperating today. So I'm hoping that clears up with the application of tea and or talking. Ambitious? Oh, that may be. Very mysterious. Very mysterious, the parts. Very truly. Wait, why is this window over here? This window goes over here. Now this window should go over here. That window should go over there. Arranging the desktop, although not difficult, just like one of those many steps that I take. It is the Azrael IO. Hello, hello. I'm gonna stream. I should stream it at like music being at 1x or whatever. It is the Sergeant Pepper. Hello. And again, welcome. And again, thank you much, always, for the continuation of the subscriptions. And also, hello and welcome to the QREM of the double underscore. I don't do this very often, but like Sergeant Pepper streams occasionally. Catch him streaming like, I don't know, random stuff, usually written in Rust. If you are a fan of Rust programming, worth checking out perhaps. The Bridgewater. Hello, hello. The Lonely Hearts Club Band. I'm not entirely sure what this is. Let's put the playlist here. The Lonely Heart. No, I don't. There are some things that I'm just like sort of unfamiliar with. This is JPEG. Very small JPEG. But it does say Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Yep. Mm-hmm. Hello and welcome to the Moalon. I feel like I say this name every time a different way. Every time a different way. Every time unique.
TTS says it is Mullen. Yeah, well, my TTS is too jank. So it doesn't know how to pronounce anything quite right. It's kind of like what we would call the bargain bin text-to-speech.
fish around in the bottom of like giant bin of like text to speech featured functions and find the one that I found. Allophone synth chips? I don't know. Those are like vintage at this point. They're actually worth a lot more than the bargain bin software. That stuff was like cutting edge technology for its time. And even then, most don't actually support like the actual phoneme translation that you need to turn the words into text, into sound. Maybe the other way around. Turn the text into words, and then you turn them into sound. If you do them in the wrong order, then you end up with something that's very not right. Like, they're certainly common in a variety of different things. Like the Epitomus Speak and Spell, for instance, used to have them, I think. Or various other speech synthesis things. Sometimes I think it's kind of wild to just kind of realize just have I said just enough? It's wild to think how far we have come. To the point where, like, modern software in a very portable form factor can perform all of the functions of like dedicated hardware that used to take up rooms and rooms. All of this now can fit in your hand. Truly a mystery, truly a wonder. I don't think my voice is cooperating right. Never enough tea. Can I breathe yet? Probably not. A little bit closer though. The tea. It's a masala chai tea. Chai is tea. Saying chai tea is redundant. Everyone loves redundant chai tea flavored chai. Yum. Such redundancy. Very It's not as redundant, but it's still a little redundant. Like I could get away with calling it chai. Just chai. As opposed to saying something like, I don't know. I can't just call it tea. Tea is ambiguous. But I could just call it chai. Because it's less ambiguous. Very yum. Hello and welcome to the F Mega. Drinking the tea is difficult. It's a little warm. Very chibi, very suck. Maximum chibi. Maximum CSS chibi. Why does it always get left on the CSS chibi? Like, nobody likes the other ones, apparently. I feel like I need more flavors of chibi. I almost feel like I should go and try that whole tracking experiment that I was trying to do once. The infamous tracking experiment. The once upon a time, I was trying to work out how to convert, what was it, hand tracking data. So then it could be used for, one of my models. But I don't think I've ever tried to interpret the face tracking data. That could be kind of interesting, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if we want to do that today or not. I'm indecisive. I'm always indecisive. On the one hand, I really want to like try to get the silly operating system grammar thing for the shell that I've been working on for the past 2 weeks or something to actually do something. Something that resembles that of a shell. It's the Mesaka. It's a Mesaka. It's the Ayuki of the VT variety. Hello, hello. You know we gotta shout out the Yuki of the VT variety. This is important. A Mesaka. It's a Mesaka. One of many. Kind of like a Bridgewater. The one and the one of many. Yet one of only. But I do appear to be very cyan. This is kind of true. I almost feel like today should be like a different color. We could do green, very classic. Or we could do amber, very classic. I have too many things I can like change the color of. Tomorrow is the Witness Day. I think in honor of today, we will pick the orange color. Oh, that one looks fun. I want this fiery orangey yellow color. For today. Today is fire element. It blends in too much with the eyes. This one at least lets the eyes stick out a little bit. Tomorrow, though, is Wednesday. Wednesday is the water element. So an indigo blue would probably be applicable. Which is a myriad of minds. Very truly. Oh, my effects wore off. And here I was kind of vibing with the fire. Can I just hollow projector myself? Well, that's sort of an interesting effect. We leave the underlying, the underlay of the Maisaka on. Kinda, sorta has an effect to it. Since I'm in the department of shouting out streams that I recognize, maybe we will shout out the myriad minds. Somewhat obscure reference. Wednesday is Indigo Blue, Discovering the Brain of Synesthesia. 2009 nonfiction book. Or is it yeah, I think it's like synesthesia or something. I don't know. It's a tricky word to say. Synesthesia. This was like the ability of the minds to like represent certain kinds of information using like different processing centers. If I remember correctly. Such that like a lot of like concepts, instead of being represented as like abstract words, are typically associated with like colors or sounds. Which sounds like a very unique concept, I believe. Hello and welcome to the Ghost Magic. The Ghost Magic. Not hack. 3? It would appear that Yuki VT has been gifted a sub. Thank you and congratulations. And yes, this is songs, music from .hack's son. This is what we will probably end up listening to for the next however long it is before all the songs get played through. And then after the dot hex sign stuff, there's like more dot hex stuff, but it's from like, or the other one was Roots, I think. I think. Very chibi. So much chibi. Or maybe not enough chibi, I don't know. I'm kind of digging this hollow projector effect, though. I need more tea. I'm just drinking all the tea. All of it. It's delicious, though. It's very delicious, though. This is some interesting layering that I've come up with. The yellow or blue? Very, very infamous. Very infamous. Technically, though, the dress is blue. However, it is possible, with given the right like context or appearance, to trick your brain into seeing like yellow. Some people can do this, and some people, I think, struggle with it. Probably because yellow is not the actual color. It's like a difficult thing to recognize. I've actually seen it before. The picture. I was actually looking at the pictures before in such a way that like I could recognize the context in which it turns like this yellow color. And I'm like, this is sort of an interesting phenomenon. It's sort of a very unusual phenomenon. I think it has to do with something like the recognition of negative spaces, such that you like observe like the glare or something of the background in such a way. I don't know how to explain it exactly. But like if you see the yellow color, or the goldish color, it's like you're focusing on negative space, the space around the dress as opposed to the dress itself. Or perceiving an environment as a whole. Which is definitely a very unusual, but a very common occurrence. Gotta drink all the tea. All of it. All of it. All of it. Hello and welcome to the Ricardo Strikey. Welcome, welcome. The frantic shaking. I love the frantic shaking. Like, I would probably make the frantic shaking more frantic if the dial actually went any higher. Unfortunately for me, it doesn't let me frantically shake more than I already do. Maybe if I'm like made my image into like a GIF, and I made the GIF frantically shake, then I could layer the shaking. I feel like that'd be taking it a bit far though. This is a little bit. I think I've had a decent amount of tea. The oh my god. I've gained a dimension. So freaky when that happens. Swoosh. Anyways, I'm thinking that we will probably be doing more of the grammar nonsense for the shell, I think, today. I know that progress on this feels slow sometimes, but like this is also sort of a difficult series of problems that I'm trying to solve with this thing simultaneously. Such as the application of like the what's it called? The what's it called? The what's it called? The thing. The stuff and the thing. Yeah, last time I kind of like rewrote my grammar descent parser thing. And we changed it from like a recursive call into like an iterative recursive call. It basically just means that instead of like doing like function call recursion. The recursion is just like a series of states, and they're pushed onto like a stack of states. And the stack of states basically defines all of the different ways of like parsing the grammar or whatever. Yeah. However, last time, after rewriting this thing, we didn't really make it process input tokens, which I feel like that's probably going to be the next step that I take. Is that we have a series of like input tokens. And the input tokens, we want to like process these and turn them into grammar. Function eat, function num, function yum, the grammarer, the grammarer. I want to say glimmer for some reason. I don't know why. Why would I want to make it glimmer? Make the grammar glimmer. The grimmer. Ted Gloomer. No gloom? Not the gloom? Not the gloom and doom? So I think a part of this is probably going to be I guess defining a token. Defining a token. So I don't know that I necessarily want to push expected tokens onto the token list unless they are such that like we don't actually want to process them. Like in this case, we have a token that matches. So we want to eat the matched tokens. and then kind of like continue on in some sort of way. It's kind of sort of difficult to consider, however, what continuing on actually means in this case. Like, essentially, this thing is going to like walk through a big long list of potential grammar items, a tree of grammar items, if you will. And the results are going to be like some sort of like some sort of output. So I almost wonder if like I want to build an intermediate representation of like what to do when a certain kind of grammar is encountered. Or what to do with a certain kind of context and a token of a particular kind is encountered. So in other words, I probably want to like flip the grammar. You might almost say inside out. Because there's two different ways of approaching this. There's the approach of like walking recursively into the grammar and then like finding all of the matching tokens. And then if you have a matching set, you would ascend from the recursion level and then emit one of the grammar items from one of these lower levels, and then I guess this would generate a matching grammar item. But a given grammar item might be an ambiguous item. Like, the one thing I don't necessarily about recursive descent is that it kind of leads to the same kind of grammar item being tested multiple times. Unless I do, like, I don't know, descent pruning or something. If you can even have that as a term, if you can even call it that. I don't know if I would call it like syntax directed translation. I'm not entirely familiar with all the like parser terms, and I don't know if I ever really was. I'm like, maybe I should like actually read descriptions of how parsers what structures they take instead of trying to like figure all of this out on my own. Like, in a way, figuring it all out on my own is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of what I might call fun. Sort of. It's fun in that, like, I sort of get to, like, rediscover it in a way. I get to, like, rediscover all of the, like, ow, ow, ow. Okay. Cat just sat on me. I'm like, rediscover a wheel. Well, it's more like we know about how we know wheels exist. We kind of know why they exist. We don't know how to optimize the wheel for different applications. Like, it's almost like, you know, wheels exist, but you want to, like, discover how to make gears or something. Like this is sort of like the nature of it. A wheel. The wheel is kind of like the canonical term, though. For sure. I don't know, I'm torn. On the one hand, like, I do kind of want this to be not the most difficult thing ever, and on the other hand, the process is kind of, is kind of the fun part. The fun part. The quote-unquote fun part. I think we're gonna, like, pick on the cat here for a minute. It's very fluffy. Are you become very fluffy? If you're gonna sit on me, then you're gonna get pets. You're gonna get brushing. We should probably switch lighting here to maybe white light. I feel like I should get more lighting in here or something. Although I'd be saying that, but then I'm like, I never do it. I'm meaning to, like, put together light. 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 Now, how weird or how crazy would it be if I just went on some ridiculous tangent? Some like absolutely insane tangent. What if instead of like programming shell or operating system or parser, what if I just like, I don't know, pulled out like the like, the what's it called? Pull out some MOSFETs or transistors or something. Wire up a power supply. And make lighting. Lighting system V2. Pet the car. Vroom vroom. Yeah. I feel like we need to get cat sounds. Authentic cat sounds. Oops. Should not drop that. I should not drop that. Yeah, right about there. No, not quite. Gotta love those cat noises. Definitely. But the kitty. Noise cancellation. Very fluffy.
cat time. I'm not allowed to write program code until cat is satiated. For real. Gotta drink my tea though. Mm-hmm. Do you need brushy? Well, just cat hair all over the place now. Yep. Mm-hmm. Ah. Someone's like the purring. It's a little quieter than it was. I'm gonna put that back on the stand. I feel like I need to get like some sort of positive airflow, something or other. Positive air pressure system. And like make surface of my desk explode brain into brain implosion? No. Wait, maybe? No. Maybe? No. Maybe? I don't know. But Omega. Omega. Such bit. Such incredible bit. God. Basically, one of the problems I have is that when I brush the cat, or if I pet the cat, little bits and pieces of cat fur, little fuzzy clusters, and because of the airflow pattern in my room, all the little clusters of fuzz drift towards my desk and they land on my desk and they don't, it's not where I want them. So my desk ends up covered in cat fur every time I do this. It's kind of ick. It's kind of sort of ick. You seem pretty comfy. You seem kind of comfy. Are you comfy? You done? No, you're not done. Sure you're not done. Not done. You've heard of CI/CD. Now get ready for cat integration, cat insistence, cat development, cat insistent, can't develop. Some of these little fuzzy clusters off my desk, maybe. Or not, they'll just come back. Every single time. Every single time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bye, kitty. I think we have successfully fluffed the kitty to the point of leaving. Meanwhile, kitty eats food. Yum num num. Kitty might want bonus food. Possibly. It's very possible. Alright, now the real question here is, did any cat here land in my tea or not? Because you know that's bound to happen with all these little clusters. So much E. Might give the kitty a little bit more food. Took me a little bit. Had more to do than just what's it called? Just give food. I also had to clean the cat's dishes. Cat dishes. Hello and welcome to the Sky Gray TV. you know, considering that I disappeared, I think we might just run a... I might just run another free bad apple in my Saka. Also, hello to the panda from Tekken 8. I'm willing to bet that the panda from Tekken 8 is this like a persona that is supposed to match a panda character from Tekken 8? I'm unfamiliar with the Tekken series. Everyone always asking me about pizza. I did not have any pizza. Today was not a pizza day. Pretty rare that I get pizza. Somewhat, sort of vaguely unfortunate. The Little Caesar. Little Caesar, we have one of those down the street. Well, maybe not down the street, but like relatively close by. The quality varies quite a lot from location to location. The one that we have is decent. I'm gonna say decent. So it's good if you're really hungry and you want pizza. But it is pretty much sort of like the epitome of like mid-quality. Like it's not like top tier or anything. Although honestly, I think that our Little Caesars is probably one of the... I don't know, they're among Little Caesars franchise locations. Ours is probably one of the better ones. I've had some Little Caesars that are just not as good. I've been drinking way too much of this tea. In way too short of a time span. Run out? Just poured myself the last of it. I guess the question becomes like the question sort of becomes like, what should I do now? Should I actually get deep into the programming? Should I wait for the ad break? I think we're gonna wait a little bit for the ad break. Probably. Probably a wise idea. I mean, there's a subset of people that won't get ads, depending on their location. But there's also a subset of people who might get ads. Like a short number. And then there's a different subset of people who probably would get the full load of ads. The egg prices going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. This is generally what I would consider, I guess, kind of a bad thing. Like, it only exemplifies the gross mismanagement of the egg and poultry industry. Like, I don't know that it's necessarily a matter of number of chickens. It's kind of like the conditions that chickens are kept in is literally terrible. Quite literally terrible. So then the chickens, they catch diseases and stuff, and then it turns into a very bad time. And instead of them being like, oh, well, we'll just treat our chickens better, they're like, kill all the chickens. Wipe them all out. Make new ones. The practice of mass farming chickens. This is not a good practice. I think I'd rather pay a small sum more for eggs for better quality chicken conditions. And even if that were possible, I almost guarantee you that it would be less than these random shortages. Because, yeah, other countries have reasonable and affordable eggs. Also, by the way, eggs are not an importable product. Do not try to smuggle eggs into the US. The eggs in Tokyo, those are pretty cheap. Truly. Which I guess is like a shout out to Sky Gray TV. Who lives in Japan, where they have affordable eggs. There was a story, which is the last time I did a shout out for Sky. Sky literally burnt some of his eggs. So if you're listening to this, please don't burn your eggs again. You know, I'm surprised that more people don't just keep their own chickens. But at the same time, I'm also kind of not surprised. Because then you have to, like, feed them, take care of them, make sure they don't get eaten, clean up after them, because they stink. But, like, it's it's like not too terribly unreasonable. Yeah, you don't want your animals to eat your chickens. That would be kind of bad. Like, you can train animals like cats and dogs to, like, you know, get along with the chickens. Leave them alone. If they're not used to it, then they might just take a little bite. A little bit of nom nom. Nom squawk. Make sure chickens don't eat the eggs. I don't know if the chickens will eat the eggs. But they could potentially break each other's eggs out of retaliation. Chickens are, they can get a little bit picky. A little bit territorial. I almost wonder if it's like clumsiness. Chickens aren't very they're not very smart. They're kind of like modern era dodos. Except not quite. Very, very unusual creatures. This is for sure. And basically dinosaurs. Because what is it? It's like, what's that? There's like a meme of a picture which shows a chicken skeleton versus like a T-Rex skeleton or something. And I'm like, they're basically T-Rex. This Reddit link looks pretty fearsome. Yeah. I don't know if you need all of that. Maybe I do, I don't know.
right there is a big chicken. That right there is a big chicken. Also, I like how this post is like absolute units. And the absolute units subreddit. Yeah. Very, very fitting description of a big chicken. To be 100% sure. I don't know if I would want chickens though. Like I kind of want to like not have pets at a certain point. Cuz I want to be able to like travel or something. And that's harder if you have if you're like trying to keep pets. Traveling with pets is sort of like a nuisance. Now, obviously, chickens aren't exactly pets, but I don't know. They are animals of sorts. Of sorts, yeah. That sentence didn't make a whole lot of sense. Very. So much. So, in a previous excursion here, with the program, with the project that we've been working on for I don't know how many streams. I've been trying to build a semi-generic grammar parser, and then we're going to like apply this to like the shell grammar, or the Bourne shell, which is the standard that POSIX complies with. And to the myriad minds, have a good sleep. I thank you for like dropping in and lurking for however long. The pineapples on the pizza. I would eat it. I have eaten this. It's I'm gonna say it's like not for everyone. Pineapple over salmon? Probably not, because, well, I would put like pineapple on pizza. I'm the kind of person that would probably avoid putting fish or seafood on pizza. Like, seafood does not pair well with pizza flavors. So I don't know that I would eat it because it has salmon on it.
I don't think salmon would go good on pizza. But anchovy. I don't think I've ever had anchovy. Even on its own. I might have haven't had something similar. Like I've eaten sardines before on their own, but like never anchovy. I don't know. Salmon isn't really the kind of fish that I would put. Maybe if it was like some different kind of fish, it might be okay. Okay? Maybe if it was like some kind of white fish. Perhaps. Perhaps some sort of like tilapia. But you have to like cook it in advance. Maybe if it was like, maybe if you had like the fish and the fish was like fried or something. Not like batter dipped fried, but just like, I don't know, cooked in some way to remove some of the wateriness so that doesn't get all over the pizza, because that would mess things up. And then you put it on the pizza, then it would have the appropriate texture. I don't know why I'm going into this depth. I guess that's what it would take for me to eat fish on pizza. Be if it's tilapia or some other kind of white fish. The joel. I don't think the joel is the appropriate kind of fish for pizza. Could be mistaken. I don't think this is the case. You know what else might potentially work? Possibly tuna. But only in certain circumstances. Proving that once again, you can tune a fish, but you can't tune a pizza. Please don't eat the Joel. We need Joel. Joel brings us much. Joel. uh. Very, very, Anyways, what was I doing here? I think I was trying to figure out the different constructs for the grammar. The different constructs for the different flavors of the grammar.
Because one way of like thinking about the grammar item here. One way you have the grammar here. This could be considered like an outside in parsing, but I want to go from the inside out, possibly. Lakers and T-Wolves, these are like the what's it called? The sports ball teams. The sports ball teams. I don't know. I don't pay attention to the sports. The sports balls. This is not a thing that I keep up with. So you would not get any good conversation out of me there. The smoked salmon. I don't know about the smoked salmon. Just salmon as a whole. It has a very strong flavor. And it would not complement pizza well. It's not to say that I haven't tried putting salmon on like sandwiches or something like this, which is pretty close to pizza in a way, but like it's just I don't know. I don't know that I would want it on pizza. It wouldn't go with anything. Because you'd have to have like salmon and some sort of like probably cheese. Maybe if you excluded the cheese, then it would be okay, but is it really even pizza if you take out the cheese? Because I think not. I think that would have the wrong flavor. It wouldn't be pizza anymore. It would not be very pizza anymore if you excluded the cheese. Not in the slightest. Very E. I almost wonder if I could take this thing here that I have that processes grammars into like what the expected tokens are, and then make it like simulate in some way which kind of tokens are acceptable. And then given a set of acceptable input tokens, come up with like a set of like restrictable tokens. Restrictable tokens. Yeah, that's a nonsense of a word. That's a bit of a nonsense of a word. turn them into unacceptable tokens. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Too unacceptable. I mean, that's pretty close to what we have here. We have what is essentially like a series of expected tokens. And then if you took the expected tokens, we have like a given state this leaves the parser in. Or the, not like the, maybe it's like the parser, I don't know. So basically the way this would work is that if we have, I don't know, this little token, for example, the like here doc token, it will leave the parser in a state where it has like the IO here token, potentially IO redirect token, command prefix, simple commands, a command, a pipe sequence, a pipeline, and or a list, a complete command, complete commands, and all of those should form a program. Maybe. Maybe, assuming that we don't encounter a state where we don't have leftover tokens. So essentially, we would need to come up with like a way of, I guess, solving backwards into each substate to figure out what is allowed, and we would have to like do some sort of, I guess it would be like a depth first traversal into the grammar. Figure out which kind of tokens would trigger which behaviors. But at that point, I'm like, if I have to go through all the trouble of pre-processing the grammar, then why don't I just descend through the grammar anyways, like I have been doing? Like, I could potentially use this as like a first pass computation or something. Be like, oh, you're in, what's it called, state. You are in this state. And if you're in this state, then you have certain kinds of like other potential paths. These are basically the paths that could be taken. And like maybe I don't have to do it. Maybe this is enough. And maybe it's enough to go down this route. I don't know, though. It's very difficult to say. One thing, however, is for certain. If we encounter, let's say we encounter a word. Just a regular word, such as the one being like processed in here. In this case, it happens to be the letter M, but it's a word. Right now, the way I have this going is that it is trying to like build up a list of potential words, of potential, not words, of like tokens, potential token sequences that the grammar would parse as different things. So if I were to encounter I don't know if I don't even know if it's in here. Reserve keyword. Reserve word keyword. It's not even in here. If we have token matching, then this should like emit something here. This is kind of the difficult part. Like, in order to actually make the thing into a parser, it has to be made into a parser. It has to keep track of its current, like the current tokens that have been consumed by the different rules, and it has to be keeping track of like which branches of the grammar tree that it has like used up to like apply the tokens to, and which ones are like currently open, and it doesn't do any of that. There's like no state keeping other than like potential paths. Many potential paths. And I don't think that right now, if we take a correct path, if we take a path and the path results in I don't know, an item match. Then what do we have? We have an item match. And an item match is basically going to, I guess, this would like reset the current like interpreter state or whatever. Like potentially we could take the expected tokens and just delete all of them. I guess. I guess. It's, it's kind of, it's a good go in here and be like, length of expectations is 0, which means that the parser should, in theory, resume trying different paths, come up with a list of possible alternates, or not. I think part of the problem here is also that we would have to move. Like, there's a current pointer to. I guess the number of tokens that have been used. It's just, this just doesn't feel like the way to go, though. Like, we have token index. We have like the current state of, I don't know, consumed tokens. I don't think we keep track of this properly. I don't think we keep track of this properly. Like, if we get a token match, and this results in like a certain grammar item being processed, then I guess I'd want to like display I don't know, whatever grammar item we have. But I think ultimately we need some sort of list that will keep track of these. And then we'll have to like check on this list. And it might also have to make it so that it descends into grammar again in such a way that the item in question is like processed. I'm not making sense. I'm sort of not making sense. more hydrate. You know how much tea I have drink? How much tea I have drink? I am so good at conjugation sometimes. I've gone through a whole liter of tea in the past 2 hours. Much slurp, very sip. This also means I don't have very much left. This also means it is somewhat difficult to drink the remainder of the tea. I could potentially drink the plain water, but I don't have any plain water. I have things full of tea right now. I have a great many tea. Well, technically now I don't have any tea because I drank the rest of it. So now if I want to drink anything, it would have to be water. Because I don't know that I feel like trying to remake more tea. I don't know how well that would go. I kind of wonder if it's possible to, like, take the already used tea leaves and then, like, brew tea with them again. This almost sounds like an experiment. I think we might experiment with this. I'm going to try pairing more water. I have acquired hot water and I have poured it into the tea thing. What are we doing? Ask mod that way. Hey, when text is being fetched, it copies text. Be scanned by AI. The AI would read it. I have the next something. In theory, you could technically have. You could technically make it so that all of the text in the game is like pre-processed into audio files. This is one way of doing it. Unless you want it to be more dynamic. Or you could do it dynamically, which is a lot more complicated.
So it sort of kind of depends a lot on the specific like application, the uh, the specific means of modding it. But usually you can just extract all of the dialogue. It's usually stored in like giant tables of some kind. Usually, I say, not always. Like it's not always the easiest thing to get at. But any reasonably sane game, I say reluctantly, should turn all of its stuff into a series of text. And I think in most cases, a lot of RPGs will have large databases of text. Probably. I guess another way of doing it, and this is kind of like not really the thing that I would suggest, would be to find someone who's playing the game and reading all of the text, and then watch them play it. But that might be kind of, yeah. That's not really the objective here. You're just in it for the plot, though. Some people do that. Probably more possible, like, on YouTube or something. If you're just in it for the plot. Hello and welcome to the CSM 101 ET 801 HCT. I suppose if you didn't want to go through like all the effort of trying to like dig out specific text from the files, which is the cleaner way of doing it, you could also go down the route of like trying to figure out how to OCR text in real time, although I would probably not recommend that either. As always, there's so many ways of doing it. There are so many ways of doing it. And the specifics, well, I guess the specifics are kind of like where it kind of gets tricky. Like you can only go so far with like generic plans and generalities. I like kind of word. General suggestions before it turns into like a mess of actually needing to deal with like the specific things related to a particular title. Which is where all the effort actually goes, really.
At which point I would probably turn to like maybe like modding communities or like decompilation projects for particular titles. Because those can be somewhat of a resource for like trying to make mods. Mod communities in general are kind of wild. They go to some serious lengths to make things work. A lot of decomposition or decompilation projects for figuring out how games work. This is also a thing that's popular among like speedrunning communities. Like they will decompile the games to figure out certain functions, to figure out how the game works so that they can find bugs. But a side result of this is that they have to decompile the game. They have to figure out how it works. And you could potentially use this for mods or something. Possibly. At least that's where I would consider looking. Be like modding communities first and foremost. Although I'm also the kind of person who would just like go out of my way to just skip all that. Do it the hard way. Reverse engineer things myself. Because I'm crazy like that. I do be kind of crazy like that. So much yeah, sometimes. Yeah, guys, what do we have here? Visit item. Does it have the grammar? The Eaton, what's it called? Can I do like the grammar item? Write your own reverse engineering tools. I mean, that's not that crazy. I've written some of my own reverse engineering tools. I don't usually talk about them very much. Because reasons. Possible reasons. See, do I have item match? Something like recursively descending somewhere. Where are true and false, or maybe? Probably not that one. Probably not that one. I want M or E or H or O or H. Wait, last is state. Yeah, I am so silly sometimes. Like one of my reverse engineering tools, for example, was a program that kind of sort of did what's it called? Memory scanning. Like if you've ever heard of like Cheat Engine, Cheat Engine, despite its name, is kind of like a real-time memory scanner and like dynamic flow control processor. But it's also able to like write back to memory. And if you don't want to like write back to memory, you just want to scan through the memory, very specific things. There was a tool that I wrote which would essentially like read the memory from another process and then like recursively descend into like pointers more or less in real time. It was far less capable, obviously. But it did actually serve its purpose. Kind of. And perhaps for those who might be curious about the purpose of this mysterious program, this was what was it? It was a number of years ago. And I was kind of sort of interested in a game called Star Citizen, which you may or may not have heard of. And it's a game about like flying spaceships. Or buying spaceships, as the case may be. And I'm more interested in the flying spaceships aspect. And part of what part of the thing that you could do with the spaceships, obviously, if you're flying them, they have like, you know, in-game HUD user interface. They have like little annunciator panels and all this stuff kind of sort of simulated and modeled out. But it's all in the game. So I was investigating like what would be required to take the information that was in the game, just sort of three-dimensionally rendered, and like find the actual data structures for this stuff in memory. Pull all that data out, and then potentially like feed it to like real world physical annunciator panels or like virtual annunciator or status panels, such that it's not just something in the game, but like you could make some sort of like simulation thing, some sort of like I guess it'd be like what they typically call a sim pit. Basically like a virtual cockpit turned physical. And it has like physical lights and switches and buttons and stuff. And I wanted to feed all of the data that I found into something kind of like that. However, the game is kind of, you know, actively in development. And eventually they like added anti-cheat features or whatever. And I don't think the anti-cheat function would take too kindly to me like scraping data from another process. Even if I do it the polite way of calling open process. It might not take too kindly to that. I've never tried it, but yeah, I don't know if I want to or not. Although nowadays it might work on Linux. Maybe. Because Linux, everything is like emulated and user space based and like I don't know. It's a project that I haven't touched in a very long time. I don't know if I would touch it again anytime soon either. But one of the tools that I wrote was something that like it would like display memory at different addresses. It would like I could like input I guess what you would call paths of pointers. Like I would find some sort of pointer and then I have the program that would like read the pointer, read some offset at that pointer, follow another pointer at some offset, scan through an array of numbers, find another pointer, follow that, scan through another array of something or other, follow that, and then like translate different offsets into values. It was all kind of an interesting system. And apart from the fact that it would break on every update, it actually worked pretty decent. I almost had it down to like a science almost. But at the same time, it was very difficult to upkeep and I don't really imagine a whole lot of people would be interested in the whole notion behind the project. Could be wrong about that. I could potentially be wrong about that. You never know. It is the lotus. The lotus of the Kushan. Gomoko. Hello and salutations and welcome. You know, I wonder how long I have been staring at this, trying to plan out my next course of action. While talking about random stuff. 3.5 hours? No, 2.5 hours? Maybe. Maybe. Close? Maybe close. It's hard to say. It's a little bit hard to say. What do we want here? There's essentially like no expected tokens. Also, I think we need like a, I don't know what to call this, like a parse stack. And what are you gonna be? You're gonna be like a grammar item array. Because if we get one of these like matched set of items, I kind of want to push the what's it called, the grammar item into a list so I can keep track of those. And that should let me possibly, maybe at the end of all of this, display the item. Gonna display all the item. So I want to make this into a function. Very much function display with display columns. Now it's kind of like display with column limit. A very kind of name. A very extremely kind of name. So I have some sort of generic type here. And we should have an array of values. Yeah. And we have values. We have our column limit. And then we have like our what's it called? Our iterator function. Our formatter. You take the item, turn the item into text. So we'll have our format function. And we're just basically gonna grab, let's see, all of you. And then we'll have you. Default column limit to 80. We're going to put that in here. And then we can do display with column limit path. Take our value type. It's this crazy string, and it's gonna do all of this for me. Which I think is sort of a useful technique. Kind of, sort of. Technically, this could be like not a string. But that would be kind of sort of eek. But I basically want to take, what is it, that parse stack variable that I came up with earlier. I want to turn that into an array. I think. I want to print that out in some way. Some way here. Somewhat. So yeah, you are basically what we have here. Program, command, pipe sequence, pipeline, and or list something or other. These are all the things that get parsed out of the process that we ran, which is I feel like it's not quite right. It feels like it's the wrong kind of outcome. Like very much. I don't know what to think about that.
Also, this tea has been sitting here. Are you actually tea? It's I mean, it's vaguely tea colored. It's definitely not like properly full strength or anything. Vaguely code shaped. Possibly. I didn't add any sweetener to my tea. At this point, I'm like not entirely convinced that it's. I don't know if I should think of it as tea or like tea flavored water. It's also a little bit warm. And by a little bit warm, I mean kind of hot. Kind of like really hot. Kind of like I wouldn't want to drink it kind of hot. The Mountain Dew. Like the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew. It's not something I would drink. These are pretty much my thoughts on it. It's basically just like highly acidic sugar, and I'm not interested in drinking that. The Baja, maybe if you watered it down, but even then, it's just it's excessively sweet. I also don't like fizzy drinks in general. It's I think this is something that I've mentioned before. But a lot of the like effervescent drinks, the very highly fizzy ones. It's just I can't do it. The cheese ball aisle. I think you've probably sent me this picture on maybe two or three different occasions. I think three, maybe three different times. Maybe fitting. Maybe. Maybe not. No one knows. Like one thing is for certain though. I am not keeping track of anything in the right way here. I kind of feel like I'm not getting enough of grammar state to be captured. I think part of why this doesn't work
might actually be due to what I was talking about earlier. This expectations list thing, where we don't actually want to delete it. If we want to like search backwards through the list. Until we potentially find, I guess, the grammar item. And then if we were to locate the item in question, then I would want something that maybe probably determines no, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. I think I lost the plot. I think I've completely lost the plot. Be like, yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Definitely. The ding. The ding. The Asia raid. And the run. The raid and the run. We greatly appreciate the raids, this is for sure. Since you are running, do have a good night. We'll shout out to the Azure Empress. Who usually does like a number of cozy streams. For sure. Yeah, for sure though. Hope you have a good sleep. Definitely. Where have I landed in my playlist? I'm in the spooky Doaru Majutsu no Index magical playlist. We're gonna skip forward on the background music. Something a little more different. Theme of my stream is a little different. Definitely. It is sort of, I do kind of go with like this sort of cozy-ish sort of vibe, but instead of game development, you will often catch me doing, I don't know, programming languages or like operating systems or like the game engine nonsense. The theme of the last few weeks has been operating system and programming language tangent stuff. I've been roughly saying that I am making an operating system. And this mostly consists of making like user space applications. The core of the operating system, if you will. And because the objective is to make like a user space for the operating system that is things that are not the kernel, but like the programs that you might actually interact with at the lower levels. My focus has been on the shell. The shell is kind of like the de facto standard way of interacting with pretty much every like Unix-like or POSIX-like system. Basically, if it's not Windows, it's POSIX. And it acts kind of that way. And it conforms to the shell standard. Which means like if you open up like one of these little terminals, you get blinky cursor. Let's see, what was that way to like... How do I zoom in? Control? Control? So you get like the little $sign prompt. The little $sign prompt, and you can type commands and like this little pipe symbol to like connect commands together. Make the commands do different things. And then you can like connect a bunch of different commands together. And sort of like in this way, you can like make little programs. Sort of, but not quite. It's pretty capable. So basically, I'm trying to make my own shell. From scratch. But as a twist, the thing to make it sort of vaguely interesting is that instead of writing it in what most people would consider a good language, writing it in TypeScript, which basically just boils down into JavaScript, and then we're making the operating system writing the pieces of it in JavaScript, essentially. Just a whole bunch of glorified JavaScript. So because the shell is essentially just a programming language in its own right, I've been working on the input side of it. Turning the words that you type into like a programming language data structures, basically. Definitely a lot easier said than done. So far, I have what is called input tokenization, which like turns the individual symbols into what are called tokens. Tokens are like clumps of symbols that are used to like break things up into separate words. And then from there, we apply what are called... We apply the shell grammar. The shell grammar is the part that I've been struggling with. Because I've also been, like, taking sort of like a unique approach to this. Because it would be one thing to just implement the grammar as like a whole bunch of like rules, sort of like inherently statically baked into the program. Like that could work. But it's not what I'm going for. It's not what I want. I want a generic way of like applying these grammar rules to different like programs. So that's sort of what I've been doing, although I feel like the method that I've been using has been not really the way of going about it at all. I don't think this is a good way of applying the different grammar. So the idea here is going to be, I think, to take whatever it's called, these matches, these item match things, and these take some number of tokens, which I didn't even consider. We didn't keep track of any of that. And then basically what we want here is, I guess, to figure out if we have a particular item, which I was mumbling about earlier. If we have a complete item inside of one of these grammars, and we want to like find it in this list of like previously expected items. I kind of feel like the list of expected items should exclude actual tokens. Like I might want to put tokens, but I don't really want to put tokens. We just kind of want to visit things that are not tokens. I don't know if I can do that or not. Don't know if I can do that or not. very, so we could take this. This is like token requirements. Maybe if we just put this on the other side of this area here, then we'll end up with something a little bit different. A little bit different. Somewhat of a little bit different. Like, why does this descend into the different lists for very E? Somewhat E. I feel like I should search through the expectations list. So E of expectation? No, E. We need to start at the end of the list and go backwards. We want the length. And we want to go backwards. Then we want item. We kind of sort of want item. So item, what's it called? Item number, letter number. If the item is the grammar item that we expect, I want to like potentially back up to this given state. Potentially. Like, I kind of don't know what I actually want. We're just kind of figuring this out. I'm just kind of figuring this out as I go. I do know that we want we want to like back up the program to a given expected list of inputs. So the expected item is going to have, I guess, this thing that I call the path. And the path is kind of like the state of the parser when it found the particular item, I think. I think. So these have a bunch of different stuff. Too much stuff. I think I want this display function to be up here somewhere. So I can use that. Because I want these path items. And I want to format these in such a way that, like, they get displayed. So basically I want this formatter. This template here. I might also want to like display this little index. That might be the way to go. It might not. We have program. We have expected match. Which is gonna be this, all this nonsense. I'm gonna have all that nonsense. This might be a little bit verbose, but I could also say like the like current not expected items. Make this extremely verbose. So we have program, expect simple command. I should probably actually have like the item it's actually looking for. That would be helpful. Maybe. Slightly. I keep going too far. Hard to find out where this starts and where it ends. I think we're also going to get rid of length equals 0 until I figure this out. have simple commands. This matches on the state that provides. Since it's simple command, these actually come. These are printed out afterwards. So I think that we want to like back up the current state matching system. To this part. Because, like, what do we have in here? We have command name, IO here, IO file, IO redirect, prefix, symbol command. And back here we have command pipe, sequence, pipeline, and or list. Line break. I'm pretty sure we want all of. Wait, do we want those? I don't actually know. I don't actually know which side of the list we want. I sort of want. I don't know, I sort of want these to exist. At the same time, I don't know if that includes some of the token types because I got rid of the token types. I think we're gonna put token types back in here. So we have simple commands. Simple commands could be command name, all these symbols. Simple command. Prior to that we have a bunch of other stuff. So I think it would be fine if we went backwards to simple commands. Maybe. Wait, do I want to include simple command? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think we're gonna trim this back though to E. Very E. I don't know if it considers. I don't know, do we have like the current state at this point? We sort of do. I guess this would be like what is being considered. Which is in fact command. For example. I don't know if we're supposed to like stay in simple command mode or not. Where is that? Like, what do we calculate here? We are command name, command suffix. So we would land right here, or we want to end up here in simple command. I think. And then we would want what? Then we want like what? Let's see here. I think if we're gonna prune these out, we should. The program should tell me about it. The Fox News. Fox hasn't any news. The Fox hasn't any news. No news is maybe good news, is maybe not so good news.
What does the fox say?
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. E. Maybe not E enough. See, as I step through this, it kind of looks like it sort of looks like it descends. A little bit. Very, very, No, very much. So if we have this, then I probably want to get rid of the previously expected items. Yeah. And then we want to, I guess, also display whatever the current stack of states, the visit stack. And I kind of want to compare. So what is it? Our current state. Let's expect item state. Maybe this is silly. Maybe it's not, I don't know. They seem very extremely similar. I don't know if I've gotten the right level of depth. Like I might just be like reprocessing the thing that we were processing prior. Because I also don't really consider what would be a reserved word. And a reserved word might have something to deal with different kinds of input here. Like if we have command name is part of simple command. We have simple command 3. So I'm like, why does simple command not like step into the thing? Maybe it does? Maybe I'm like representing all of this stuff the wrong way. Like it is very hard to keep track of this thing. Kind of a lot going on here. There's kind of sort of a lot going on here. It's kind of ads break time again. Maybe I have a moment to think about it. kind of sort of feel like there's a step we're not really processing appropriately. Such as whatever is expecting a word, like the command name thing. I think it should be. I think the thing that's throwing me off here is that it should be looking for command name, not simple command. So maybe I've like done this preemptively. Maybe I don't want to grab the last state. And maybe I don't want to like unwind the current state yet. Because we kind of overwrite the current state. But I don't act upon it. Our state item here shouldn't be simple command. It should be command name. Command name should match the first item in the stack. I also don't think I have the alt item. Do I? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think anywhere in here. Are tokens. I mean, there are tokens, but there's not word. Word is part of something so much deeper. So much deeper. So we want the state object. I think we want the visit stack left alone. We'll keep the yum item in here for the moment. But I want all this like stack unwinding nonsense to go at the end. Maybe. Go here, go here. We have your new line list. Line break. The line break. I don't know if that's right or not, But down here, this should be command name. Yeah. Command name. Unless we shouldn't discard our entire state. Shouldn't discard the entire program state. We should have simple command state. Should have all of these words inside of the expected list here. Kind of. The thing is, I don't know if this is like... if this is quite right. So what will happen if we get the current item, like this command name item? We want to take this item, we want to push this item into the list. So like if we match command name, that should yield to this alternate set here. Probably. I would say probably. I'm trying to think through this, and I think there is another piece of this puzzle that I am missing, that I am not keeping track of. That we have erred on. It's like stick the grammar over here so I can like look at it occasionally. Gotta stir up the lurkers. They've settled to the bottom of the glass. Gotta slurp. Slurp the lurkers? No, wait. It may be, because it seems like everyone's fallen asleep by now. I'm definitely into the thick of it, so I can't exactly blame people for being like maximum lurking mode. It does get a little bit, it does kind of lead to things being a little bit quiet, though. This is for sure. This is definitely for sure. So, what I want here. What I want here, we have a simple command. This is like what we are sort of fundamentally parsing. And if I go through this list, there is command prefix. Command prefix is in the list of expected items. However, we might actually want to, like, I guess you could say, like, prune the list back down to simple commands. That might actually make sense, like how we had it earlier. Because if we encounter a word at this point, it lexes into, like, a word. It parses as a command name. And we're in the middle of parsing a simple command. We have a command name. And this is the part that kind of catches me here. If I am walking along the grammar and we haven't found a, like, command prefix, for example. Wait, like we haven't located a prefix. Then when we get here, this simple command item, we would be in a state where it's like we have a command name, but we definitely do not have a command prefix. Also, did that, like, show up here in the list here? We got program, we got simple command. I think this needs to I think we need to push the items into this list earlier so I can see them here. Where are you? Item match, expected match. something. Pop stack, parse stack, parse stack. We want to push. I want to push our item before removing it from the list because this is sort of nonsense. I also think we only want to push this when we encounter an expectation match. That might actually give me a more sane list here. Like what do we got? Line break, command name, command suffix, simple command, command type, sequence pipeline, and or list command. I mean, it kind of falls apart here. It sort of kind of falls apart here. But the way I think this should work is that when we have something like command name, this should get like consumed by the current like simple command item. Like we should restart parsing of simple command, and instead of inspecting like the current token, it's going to be like inspecting the command name item, for example. So we would look through the list of alternates, which is difficult to see here. And we should like reprocess simple commands. So it would be like command prefix that's not equal to a command name. So at that point we would want to like skip these items. And then we want to step into like this one, for example. And maybe. So this is the part that's like difficult. This is the part that's kind of difficult. While processing simple commands, we want to recognize sequences, like these command name sequences. And we need to be able to skip over like grammar items that don't match the current grammar item. And this might also take care of like this line break thing that we have at the beginning of the list. So like at the beginning of program, there's line break. And line break is either new line or empty. And I believe it's matching empty. So while processing program, we would have line break in my grammar list. This would get eaten, theoretically. A Shadow Legend raid download on Eek. Eek sauce. This stream is not sponsored. If my stream were sponsored, I would be legally required to designate that my stream is sponsored. Which is not. The Raid Shadow Legends is such a meme. If Domino's, Little Caesars, and Papa John's asked to be a sponsor, uh, I don't know. In this case, I don't know. I'd probably say Little Caesars. But, like, honestly, I would have to do some research. The lava cakes? I have actually had those before. The lava cakes, they are good if you eat them fresh. I will say this much. We used to get those a lot. Once upon a time. So, I've had like too much Domino's in the past. Kind of bored with them after a while. Which is kind of like why I wouldn't necessarily pick them, among other reasons. I haven't tried all of the Little Caesars menu. So I don't know if I have something that's like an obvious favorite. Like, I'm also usually not the one picking things either. Every time I've had their food, it's because, like, it's usually because somebody else got pizza from there and took it home. And then I get to eat it. I'm definitely a fan of, like, the marinara dip, though. That might be a contending factor. That's not really a menu item, though. Like, that goes with pretty much anything. The crazy bread is pretty good. Like, you kind of have to be like if I'm just wanting to munch on something, I'd probably munch on the crazy bread. But like, I don't know, the pizza is also pretty good. And I would want to munch on the pizza from time to time as well. I guess it depends on if I'm in the mood for crazy bread or if I'm in the mood for the pizza. Buy the whole pizza. The whole pizza. Nothing but the pizza. ranch topping. I don't know if I've had. I don't know if I've had that at like a Caesar's before. I've definitely had like ranch on various pizza though. It's kind of something, again, that I have to sort of be in the mood for. And then it is pretty good. If I'm not in the mood for it, then I'd usually pick something else. So yeah, I think in my list of grammar items, we need to take the current state of the grammar items and do I consider the pizza to be fast food? No, actually. I consider pizza to be pizza. Thus, you can have fast food style pizza, which is like, I guess, like the Little Caesars and Domino's type things. These are kind of examples of what I would consider fast food style pizza. Or you could have like a more proper pizza, I guess. I don't know what you would call that. I'm tempted to use the term gourmet, but that term is so, I don't know, it feels like a meme to me. Also, hello and welcome to the Code Void OX25, the hexadecimal 25. This number, what is this number? 20, 20, 20 something, 30 something, 37? What are we working on here? This is I'm making an implementation of the Bourne shell. I guess this is, I should start maybe at the top and describe down. Basically, this is part of a large open project, or it is a component of a large project. So I'm making an operating system, is the gist of it. And I'm writing the user space of the operating system in like TypeScript and JavaScript. Partially out of the fact that it's kind of a meme, but partially because I wanted to experiment with this. And so now so right now the components that I'm trying to write the shell. And the shell is part of like the POSIX standard utilities. And so I've been working on the shell. I wrote the lexing rules for the shell language. And now I want to work on the parsing rules for the shell. I've been working on writing a parser, a somewhat generic parser. to turn shell grammar, or just any grammar really, into like an abstract syntax tree. The shell isn't going to behave exactly like Bash. It is going to try, like the first step here is to get it to behave like a more generic, like the regular SH, the Bourne shell, because that is that's POSIX compliance. So I want to get like the minimal compliant shell. And then I'm going to work on adding some features to it to make it a little bit more Bash-alike. The goal behind the project here is to be able to get the shell to run like the configure scripts for GCC, and I think also, what's it called? Node.js. I guess you could say that I want to get the the operating system to more or less be self-hosting in sort of like the minimal-ish way possible. So in order to make it like self-hosting, I need a shell, I need a collection of like standard utilities. I need some subset of like the C standard library. So I'm not going to say that I ported Node.js, but we do build Node.js. I kind of mentioned earlier that I want to focus on like user space. So I started off by like basically picking an existing kernel, like we're just using the Linux kernel, because it's really easy to get a user space working under that. And so we are, I built Node.js, built a GCC cross compiler. I just basically like reused glibc. So right now the stack is like glibc, GCC, and Node.js built on top of all that. So I had this open earlier, and I usually have this open. This is like the roadmap for the operating system. So basically we have the core utilities, and this is what I want to rewrite first. And we're starting with like the shell, bash compatible, vaguely bash compatible. And then I'm going to work on like a bunch of the shell built-ins and a bunch of these utilities. And those are going to be like sort of like the core focus for a while. And then sort of like later on, I want to rewrite things like libc and like compilers and interpreters and like bin utils, and like replace the make build system with like a bunch of this stuff. So like the way I architected this to-do list is that we're starting with existing utilities to sort of like bootstrap the process along. And then, like, because, like, I want to see, like, progress on, like, making the operating system work. So the idea is I start with, like, existing utilities, and then, like, I just basically rewrite all of them until I have everything needed for a system. And I sort of like work my way into rewriting different libraries. So that way I can like build stuff, test it, run it in like my like the existing bit of the operating system, and I can work on things incrementally. So like because we are cross-compiling Node.js, we technically don't need all of these utilities. We can use like the host utilities to do to build the to like do the cross compile. But we want to rewrite a bunch of these to get like self-hosting capability. So the objective is to like start with existing stuff, cross build everything, cross build a set of utilities that like will run all this stuff, and then and then we try to like make a bunch of this stuff work. So early on we kind of I kind of like figured out how to build Linux, build Node using like the existing libc, figure out how to cross compile libc. That was fun. That's sort of the easy bit, so that I can have some of the system building in some way, so that I don't know. So it's a big project. It's still pretty early on. There's a ton of stuff to do. The shell is probably one of the more complex items because I'm not just writing the shell. I'm also like I'm writing a couple of functions that are going to get used later on. Like the parser that I'm developing here in the shell isn't just going to be used for the shell. It's going to be a generic parser, and a couple of the other utilities need parsers, so they're going to use like the same parser basically. It'd be like a parsing library. So like later on when I go to write awk, for example, or M4, or like wherever it was, make, I might need like a parser for some of these. Or if I actually decide to do bin utils, for example, I'm going to need another parser for those. So these are all things that need like parsing and lexing facilities, and if I write all these functions, and if I have them just sitting around, and if they're generic enough, it means I can reuse them as part of my standard library, so to speak. And that will hopefully make some of this stuff go a little bit faster. Kinda, almost, sorta, maybe, but not quite. Like something else that we need is going to be like sed and grep are going to need like regular expression. I'm not going to say parsers, but like converters, I guess. To turn the regular expressions that these use into something that's compatible with JavaScript's regular expression engine. That's going to be sort of a generic thing. LS is going to require something that does like columns. The column utility, I don't know what you call it. It just turns items into like different columns sorted different ways. But the ls function uses that. That's going to be something I have to write. Let's see here. What else might give me grief? Diff. I'm gonna have to write a diffing algorithm. That's probably gonna be a pain and a half. I hesitate to say that test would be very difficult, but we might bake that into the shell as a built-in. That one might not be too difficult, actually. Just a bunch of conditions. Yeah, I think the hard ones are going to be things that are language-like. But once we get parsing, once we get like syntax trees of some kind, I think that will speed up the process a little bit. A little bit. I don't claim to know exactly. So yeah, that's some of my objectives. Sort of, kind of, a little bit. So kind of, let's see, where was my thought? My thoughts, my line of thoughts. Let's see, basically, anytime I encounter, what's it called? Oh, what's it called? So we have like these different like grammar subtrees. So like we have program. A program could consist of a line break followed by complete commands, or just a line break. So if I am processing this part of this list here, we have line break, then you kind of want to like skip line break. And then when we process complete commands, we want to essentially consider, complete commands like this part of the grammar tree processing in such a way that the line break isn't a current consideration. Like, we sort of want to, I guess, like reset my list of expectations or something. I don't know how to explain this exactly to myself. Like, if we have a line break, then we'll step into complete commands. And then complete commands, this is going to search eventually down the list. Or a simple command. A simple command is going to be looking for like these command prefix things, which you cannot see because they're behind my head. Always. So like, while I am parsing simple command, if I'm looking for expected tokens inside of simple command, then like, if we look in like command prefix, for example, I basically want to search through simple command until we get something that is actually like, I don't know, valid input. Which we kind of do. And then if we encounter valid input, I want to reset the state of the, I guess, the search back to, I guess, the simple command, for example. But I want to scan through the simple command with like whatever the item is that we found. So we found a command name, for example. So if we restart searching through simple command and we have a command name, which is a grammar item instead of a token, then we want to search the items and we want to skip over grammar items if they don't match the grammar item that is currently in like my stack of grammar items until we find a valid subtree that looks for the grammar items. So we kind of want to keep track of whether or not we have skipped over the current grammar item as opposed to skipping over the current list of tokens. So we want to pick things from the grammar items instead of the list of grammar tokens. So almost you want to stick the grammar item into the list of tokens, but not stick it in the list of tokens, which means I need to keep track of the number of consumed grammar items. Oh no. Very oh no. Because each grammar items, none of those words are in any of the books. Any of them, none of them. Nice. Zintai. That is a lot of words. And it is a lot of gibberish. And it is a lot of nonsense. But I think it kind of almost sort of maybe possibly in some shred of my mind actually makes sense. And it does appear to be ad time. Yeah, how long has it been? It's been, what, 5 hours so far? Into the stream? I've usually run my streams for around 8 hours. That's sort of where we go. Can't believe it's already been 5 hours. And although I have, like, sort of dug into the program in such a way that it sort of makes a little more sense, I still feel like I'm still a ways off of having a workable parser. It's somewhat problematic. I'm kind of debating about whether or not I want to get up and make myself food again. Like some sort of light meal. She's the Nympheus who has subscribed again for the 9 months. Thank you much. A break time. Are you criticizing me for not running the ducks? I don't know if you can read the, like, CPU usage statistics here. It's all the way up at 50%. So my CPU has been cooking this entire stream because the duck pond has been running in the background. Just sort of gobbling up CPU cycles. Very eek. Yep. So we did, in fact, actually run it. Does they have a VSync toggle? I think it does. And I think it... Well, actually, I don't know. Pretty sure I looked in there, though. That's the extent of the settings. There's no VSync. I don't know if it can exceed VSync mode, though. I don't think it's VSync related. I don't know, though. It's like the only application that I have that actually sort of vaguely, like, behaves properly on Sway. Like, normally when I run games and stuff under Sway, or any Wayland compositor specifically, they don't work properly. But this one does. It's very confusing. I don't think it's software. I don't think it's software rendering. I'm not going to claim that it isn't. I think it's just... I don't know. Part of me thinks that it's some aspect of, like, the Proton layer. Like, I feel like it is some part of the Proton layer because it is using the GPU for it. It's just weird the way it's behaving. Like, we do an NV top, for example. Oh, do you not show up here? Which process are you? 996457. Two two four four oh oh 5. That is a different process. This is very unusual. So either this is not reporting properly, or it has somehow fallen back to using like software rendering without me noticing. Which is kind of very unusual. And as for whether or not it uses Mesa, I don't know. I don't know what it uses. Like my system has NVIDIA like drivers on it, because that's what card that I have. And I know that this sort of works in... It's like the open source NVIDIA kernel driver, and it's like the proprietary user space drivers. Because that's pretty much the only one that you can get that behaves vaguely correct. The other one, yeah, we don't use that one. No, it's like the actual NVIDIA has an open source kernel driver called like NVIDIA Open or whatever. Like the kernel modules are open source, and we use those, and they're compatible with like the proprietary user space drivers. So that's kind of the software stack. It's not called NVIDIA, it's called like NVIDIA Open. Can we like, I don't know, grab this? We have NVIDIA Open DKMS, which is the kernel driver. DKMS drivers are required to run like the Wayland servers. Hello and welcome to the Christopher 1955. You know, funny story. I was like very sleepy this morning. And I was laying there. And I was thinking about how I greet people on my stream sometimes. And I was thinking to myself, I don't know how I ended up in this thought, by the way, but like, how would I greet people if I read their name, the number in their name, using like Japanese number names? And the two people that came to mind were A Squared and Christopher, because they have numbers at the end of their names. What was it? It was like uh I think it was like Yukyu Hyako Jugo, I think. I don't know if I could say it fast or not, because I didn't practice. I did not practice. I sort of practiced, but not enough. Also, I still sort of trip over saying like Jukyu. Ju and Q are very similar. And I don't really know the kanji for the number types. So like which one are you? I sort of recognize you, but I'm like which one are you? Where's my browser with the what's it called? Dictionary. My browser with the dictionary. Sen, yeah, I didn't put a sen in there. I probably should have. Or no, you're not. You're not the typical form of sen, are you? This kanji is used in legal documents. That's why it looked so funny. I was like, it looks familiar, but I don't recognize it. It's because it's the legal document version. Instead of just being like the regular sen kanji. According to the dictionary I found. Or I frequent. Ayami fail. Close. Close enough. But yeah, I was like, do I put that? Do I not? I don't know how I would read it. like I could read it as like a full number, or I could be like, I don't know. I could like read it as like a jumble of numbers, or I could like read it as like partial numbers. Because like I do that in English too. Like sometimes I'm like 1955 or like 1955, or I'm like 1955. Like these are different ways of like saying the number. And like so like I could potentially read it like a year, or I could potentially just read it as a series of numbers. I guess that depends on what mood I'm in. I don't know if there's such an equivalent or not, though. Like I would think that if it's like a birth year, for example, the birth year of Steve Jobs, I think that there's also a special way of like pronouncing those or representing those. A little bit different from the like reading the actual number. I'd refer to them by like the different reigns of the emperors, I think. I don't remember exactly. I don't know exactly how applicable it is because, like, I don't know. I'm still trying to learn this stuff. Practice and whatnot. I could, like, practice different ways of doing it. Maybe I couldn't. I don't know. Do you think that we are going to pick... I think we're gonna grab some time to like take a break though. I am going to, I don't know, flip on the sound or the pool. I almost feel like I should make this bigger. Usually I leave it at the small size. It did come to mind though. I don't know how. I haven't seen A squared for a little while. Hope they're doing okay. The A squared 31415. Where's my break screen thingy? Let's see. No, I don't want that one. I think we want the extra break time title. That's maybe a good one. Anyways, I'm gonna make myself something... maybe something toasty. That might take me a little bit.